Time! Okay, we're going to start off with a warm-up exercise. I'm going to have anybody who's brave enough stand up and go from person to person and share in what way would I love to be a gift to influence people, to change people's lives. And I want you to describe your highest vision of being a gift. Is it to be a seminar leader, a facilitator, a coach, a healer, or if you have none of that interest, a mother or a parent, or whatever. Whatever is your highest vision of being a gift. Okay? So share about a paragraph with each person and go on to somebody else. You can get to as many people as you can in the next few minutes. Okay? Stand up and go from person to person. I'll sit back there.
I don't want to look down on you. I'd rather look up to you. You're right. There you go. Would you like to share first?
The last 5 years have really been polishing, consolidating, and just bringing it down to the simple form of why I'm here and shifting like new people. And my greatest gift is to help people see this. And I really believe it's all because once they feel who they really are, and I think I'm really good at that. I'm getting better. The light and how simple it is to get light up.
So, to be in the spiritual reserve, myself to very, very
You don't want to get rich.
I do it again.
First of all, I really like thinking about what I'm
whatever it takes for me to get my message out there.
Share help
What is our
people.
gift and how are we going to
Help. So what I would like to do is and then that would my goal is to be there more, I think, energetically. And I'd also like to be able to have enough skill, many skills, to be able to help people reach their lives. The awareness of that transmission. Because they know that that's who they are, like you were saying, the blocks disappear. Okay, so I guess I'm saying the same thing twice. Yeah, I'm saying the same thing twice. Well, like, let's say they don't believe it. Okay, so we take that. Yeah, I okay, to be a better place for everyone, and I am searching right now to see what my next level of what do I need to step into to help that. Kind of like this whole task to help me and to help others.
present yourself with your progress and interests for content I helped you in these seminars, but it made the approach, it made the connections.
What I'm talking about is you could just make a moment to mastery because all the workshops that you've done to someone. Well, that's fantasy. I'm really not comfortable with acknowledging people who down myself. That really opens up space for the beginning. Oh, wow, I'm that great. Yeah, that's who you are. Let's go from there.
That's what this is.
And now I part. I would love to share. Okay, while you're here. Come on, what do you think?
Okay, wrap it up. First you're on and have a seat.
I want to collaborate.
Okay. Wrap it up with the person you're on and have a seat. So this course will have great value for two kinds of people. One is if you think your future has you making presentations of any kind, especially if you think that presentations may influence your income. I've coached a lot of people and raised their income significantly because presentations had a lot to do with their income. One example is Brett Millay's dad, Kevin Millay, pretty famous local guy who has an international thing now. But when he was getting started a few years back, he would do presentations for, I think it was fibromyalgia at the time. And he'd have like 20, 25 people, and I came to one of his things to watch because he wanted me to coach him. And at the end of the night, he had 3 or 4 people sign up. Well, after I polished his presentation and coached him a bit, he had the same amount of people, but he had 10 or 11 people sign up. That's a huge increase in his income. And pretty much anybody whose income has to do with their presentations, it's not a question, I can increase your income significantly. So if you're a teacher or a presenter of any kind, then this course is definitely going to make a big difference for you. The second kind of person that would value a lot from this is anybody who's a human being. So raise your hand if you're a human being. I knew there were some aliens in there. I don't know why, they just love these workshops. The reason why it's good for anybody is because everything that comes to you in the physical realm comes to you through your personal presence. Your personal presence is the way you stand, the way you walk, the way you talk, your facial expression, your posture. It's everything about the way you present yourself, your colors, your clothes, all that. And your presence is emanating like a light bulb 24/7. Yeah, we're still on, right? Yep. Okay, good. So 24/7, you are emanating like a light bulb, and you are attracting from the universe whatever you're emanating. And 24/7, you're emanating either your doubts and fears or your strengths, gifts, and talents. And even though I'm not always good at singing it myself, when I work with my clients and people who I'm trying to help facilitate and get out of their own way, it's just really painfully obvious to me that those circumstances are not the excuses and story that they tell themselves. Those circumstances are a reflection of their come from, a reflection of their intentions, a reflection of their thoughts and feelings. So, if you're interested in having more money, or a better love life, or being a more effective parent, whatever, or attracting more of the blessings in life, you really want to accelerate your own personal presence, your own personal power, because that's the key, that's the source of good or bad news. By the way, if you're in Movement to Mastery, that means that on the next meeting you're definitely going to want to bring a video recorder so you can capture yourself, but you can also, everybody who's in the course can also do that this weekend if they want to. And this weekend it will be a much more dramatic video. Like whoever gets chosen to be the first person in front of the room tomorrow, you'll see them go from whatever level they're at right now in terms of their ability to make a presentation. And within an hour, they'll be like Martin Luther King. You know, they will be dramatically different. So when you capture that on video, it's really magical because then you'll watch yourself go from here to here. So I'm just saying it's up to you. It's not a requirement. Can if you want to. It's a strong suggestion. It's incredibly big. The reason why I suggest it is because nothing will accelerate your presence like presentations. And nothing gives you better feedback than video feedback. When you watch yourself, you'll see exactly what you do. Question?
Yeah. Our presentations, are they supposed to be centered around a therapeutic skill, or is it ready for presenting on something else?
Doesn't matter. It could be about anything. It could be about kangaroos in the ark. Okay. As long as they're cute kangaroos in the ark. None of those ugly.
And can it be interactive, like we have the crowd doing things like
Yeah.
if it was something like yoga or?
Sure, except that I would say light on the interaction, because what you wanted to do is evaluate how you're doing in front of the room. And it's possible to not really present much by just simply focusing on the group. So you definitely want to be lighter on the participation from the group,
Okay.
like that.
Okay.
So you can get all the feedback you can about how you're presenting.
Okay.
Okay.
So that starts tomorrow?
The first person will go tomorrow.
Okay.
Then
Says
everybody
on Friday,
will be in groups of 4. 2 of them will happen on Friday, and 2 of them will happen on Saturday. Okay. The good news is it's not a breakthrough.
on Friday and Saturday.
Except whoever goes tomorrow. Okay. You know, part of the reason why I get excited to share this course with you is because I know that when you've been through the awakening, you, at the end of the first full day, you know, the day that has chariots of fire and, you know, where are you sitting and 100% circles, and at the end of the day, people doing their peak experience and all that stuff. By the time you get to the first level of awe, where people are kind of like deer in the headlights because they're so blissed out, right? It's kind of like, how did he do that? Like, how did he get us from, what can I sign up for, to blissed out of my mind in one day? And it looks a little bit like magic. And what I'm excited about is that now I get to be the magician, talking to future magicians, showing you exactly how I did that. By the way, for Movement to Mastery people, you're going to use as much as you can remember in your Breakthrough Saturday. So the way that will work is that I'm going to throw too much information at you this weekend. You're going to take notes, and you're going to get a handout that has all these tools in it, right? And you're going to put stars by the ones that you want to remember. And then at the end of the workshop, we're going to take a forum that has like the top 10 tools that you want to practice. And then you're going to list them out, and then you're going to relist them in the order of how you want to practice. And then every presentation, you're going to focus on 2. Like this presentation, I'll focus on pair up and share and body language, or whatever. And you'll keep going, because after a few presentations, you'll have a few of these tools that are incredibly powerful down. Pretty soon you'll have a couple of dozen tools in your toolkit, and believe me, every one of them makes a difference. Okay. By the way, if you're in Movement to Mastery and you've heard some of this before, hear it like you've never heard it before. Okay, all through this training, I will discuss various techniques for designing workshops, for presenting workshops, and for facilitating successful experiential training. I will discuss the skill, and I will demonstrate it, and many others that I will allow you to pick out during the Name That Technique game. You've seen me lead these processes many times, but you've not watched it from the point of view of what's a facilitator do? How does a facilitator do that? That's a different perspective. Yeah. Say it again?
Yes.
Repeat it?
Yes.
Okay. But not slower? I can do it at my speed.
Yes.
Watch it again on YouTube. Or you can actually get on YouTube. If you've been in Movement to Mastery, you've seen me do some of these processes many times. But you haven't been looking at the process from the point of view of, why does a facilitator do that? That's the difference this time. We're going to be showing you, why do you do that as a facilitator, and the art and the science behind it.
Question.
Like, for example, as an example, what are the 3 things that you have to accomplish with the pre-course packet, the opening warm-up, the opening talk, and the opening exercise? There are 3 things that you have to do with all of those. You can take a guess?
I'm going to take yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm not moving.
Yes.
Okay. Set the space.
Depends on what you mean by set the space.
The opening exercise and pre-course packet help assist in setting the emotional space for the workshop.
You're kind of in the neighborhood. The way we would say that is you have to set the context. You know, what's the purpose? What's this about? Why are we here? And you kind of mix 2 together. You have to create the space. You have to create the safety. And not conscious safety, subconscious safety. Question.
So when you set subconscious safety, because I'm thinking about that in a 3-minute presentation, do you want us to ask about how to set subconscious safety right now? Because I think of like strength showers and...
No.
You're
I'll give you one quick example. Most corporate trainings are so ass-active because they don't know diddly about subconscious safety and how, subconscious safety is the most important ingredient in creating space, which is the most fundamental tool any presenter has at their disposal. So they don't know that. So here's what they do. Okay, everybody, let's get in a big circle. Okay, one at a time. Let's go around the room, and everybody tell us your name and tell us why you're here.
You stand up, take all your clothes off, and it's like.
I mean, nobody's listening. Everybody's rehearsing what they're going to say. When it's their turn, they're so nervous they can barely speak. And then when they're done, woo, and then they go unconscious. That is absolutely the antithesis of subconscious safety. So that's why when I have a warm-up exercise with you, I'll typically have you do it one-on-one, not in a group, one-on-one. And I'll say, if you're brave enough, you can, but there's always the room not to participate. You see what I'm saying?
No, can you create this in 3 minutes?
No.
Okay, like how am I going to incorporate this in?
Well, there is ways you could, but don't worry about that for now. That's a more advanced tool, so don't worry about it for now.
Okay. The last time I was in a corporate training, I got across from this man, and I was going to cry, and it wasn't tears of the kind I usually cry here. It was like sheer terror because I was going to have to share with this, and there was no safety in the room. And I just thought I was going to die. And then it ended, and I didn't have to share, and so that is why I'm in this chair, and I'm alive.
Okay. I'm going to give you a vision for facilitators, trainers, teachers, healers, people who make a difference. Words have the power to heal.
Can you repeat that?
Words have the power to heal.
Is that the third thing?
That's all I said. Words have the power. Oh, the 3 things. Oh, no, I'm not going to answer that now. I'll answer that later. Get used to disappointment. I must know. Get used to disappointment. Almost everything that you accomplish in life will be accomplished through conversations. Conversations with the right people. Conversations with people who have the power to accelerate your success. Conversations that count. Conversations that go beyond going through the motions. Conversations that make a real difference. Conversations that influence, that elicit a shift, a new direction, a new commitment from those people who have the good fortune to hang out with you. Conversations that gently go past our fight or flight mind and fears and shortcomings, that go below the surface to the places that bring us home. It is when you recognize people and say what you see that they are given the space to be bigger than the fearful conversations in their head. That they can begin to step up to what you see in them. What I see in you is teachers, healers, visionaries, voices for the sacred. You are visionaries, and you come to say what you see. Promise me, and more importantly, promise yourself that you will never again apologize for saying the truth that you see.
Can you say that again?
Which part?
That comes.
You are a visionary. You've come to say what you see. Promise me, and more importantly, promise yourself that you will never again apologize for saying the truth that you see.
Gary, I have a question about that.
Yeah.
The truth that we see, if you can expand on that a little bit, because I may see something and yes, it is true to me, but that doesn't mean it's ultimately true.
Yeah.
So there are times when I feel like I should be apologetic for what I did see, though it was true, but ultimately it was not the whole truth.
I don't remember which handout it's in, but there's a handout I have somewhere in one of the workshops that says, truth without love is a lie. The truth of those who love you serves. Love without truth is a lie.
I agree with that.
And one of my favorite quotes is by Werner Erhard, who said, the truth used is not the truth. The truth used for anything is not the truth. The mere fact that you're using the truth makes it a lie.
Say that all again one more time.
No.
The mere fact that you are using the truth makes it a lie.
Explain that. Give an example.
Yeah.
It's your truth, not theirs.
I know.
The truth is, my husband or wife has a shortcoming, and it's really bothering me, and I want to really, get them to see this. So when I get triggered and I get upset, I take this truth out and I use it because it is the truth after all. So I'm going to make sure and use this truth to make you feel bad and wrong, and you're wrong and I'm right, and
So
that's the truth used.
in a negative way.
Yeah, in other words, it's not in the moment a truth, it's used for something. If it's used for anything, it's a lie.
So this also brings up the idea, if you use the truth to convince somebody else of something else, you are using it, even though you think that it's true, and you're saying, I want to convince you that this is a good idea. It takes away from the power that it's the truth, because you've all of a sudden used it to fix them or to help them.
Right, Casper.
So what you're saying is that the truth stands by itself, but if you have an ulterior motive,
Yes.
then you're using it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Basically, like, let me see, let me use a good example. In the last Moments of Mastery meeting, when we're doing the self-empowering circles, some of you shied away from giving each other feedback because you don't want to hurt their feelings. So you rob each other of truth that could really serve and heal and empower because you're so busy being nice. And I'll say what Mike Oliver told me 40-some-odd years ago. When I was king of the wimps and on the verge of a nervous breakdown because I couldn't say no to anything, and you could ask me for my house, my car, I'd go, okay, you know. And I couldn't say no, and they said, well, why don't you just say no? And I said, well, I don't want to hurt their feelings, and everybody laughed. So I knew that was the wrong answer. And Mike Allgood said, Gary, the truth is you don't give a hoot about their feelings. What you care about is what they're going to think about you or say about you after you hurt their feelings. What you care about is your image, your look good. It's not even real what you care about. If you really cared about them, you'd look deep enough inside yourself to know that what really serves other people is the truth. And you would be willing to look bad and to even hurt their feelings in order to serve them. So as you will discover this weekend, nobody in this room is going to be more ruthless with you when I give you feedback. Because no one in this room loves you more than I do. I'm committed to you going to higher ground. And I hope someday when you love people that much, you'll be as honest as I am. From love. It's called ruthless compassion.
A lot of times I feel stuff, but I can't put it into words. And so when I'm talking to people, I'm concerned. Well, actually, I'm not concerned. I just start talking. But it's trying to put that feeling of
That's the best way to do it.
into the words.
Just start talking.
Yeah, I just.
And then let the words form it.
Okay.
Keep going until you get complete.
Okay, that's what I did. I did that with Marie on the phone the other day. So.
Okay, do me a favor, and I'll answer one more question, and then I'll have you pair up and share, because that I could tell that was a lot for you. Corey?
I was just thinking that what you're speaking about is authenticity.
Yes, absolutely. That's the key word. That's right. That's right. It's very interesting that every single problem in your life, every single problem, every single upset has one thing in common. You're not being authentic. I know, I hate that one too. Okay, get a partner, pair up, and share what you think or feel about what I just shared with you. Go.
I'd like to share I think our safe stage So we're supposed to share what we
Okay, wrap it up. Okay. The power of personal presence is not only a handy tool when you're presenting or facilitating, it is the essence of a dynamic presentation. Question?
It's warm in here, it's verging on hot. Is there able to be turned on?
I think we brought it as low as we can get it, so let's check and see. We don't want to turn it all the way down because then it freezes and then we have a broken air conditioner. But just check and make sure it's down to about 65. Is not just a handy tool when you're presenting or facilitating, it's the essence of a dynamic presentation.
The power of presence.
Yes, power of personal presence. Because our self-concept, our self-esteem is formulated by the audience in our mind, by the way the world responds to us, then if you get people's tails to wag about you, then you will transform your self-concept and self-esteem and thus your personal power. Part of what I love at the awakening is that when people come out of their breakthrough and they have what's called a declaration for invincibility, it's fascinating that as I ask them to do their declaration, everybody's tails are wagging. They're literally taught, how do I be in the world in such a way that everybody falls in love with me, everybody eats me up with a spoon. And that's more powerful on a subconscious level than a conscious level. Makes all the difference in the world. Question?
So, are we able to retrain the audience on the mind on our own without having to go to external, getting out people outside of us to do that, give us a positive reaction based off of us doing? Well,
it's kind of like the chicken and the egg, because if you find a way to change that in yourself, you will automatically change people's response to you. But you can also change response to you by doing things differently, and then it has the same effect.
it'll change internal. So you can go internal to
That's right.
affect external.
That's right. Okay. If you're in movement to mastery, I recommend, not a requirement, I recommend that you consider doing some social guest events before you're out of movement to mastery, because again, I'll say it again, nothing accelerates your presence like presentations. Catherine?
Will you please explain what social guest events are again?
It's, I think I've already emailed it to you this year, but certainly if I haven't, I could do it again, or I think it's on the website. But basically, it's a manual that I created specifically for people in movement to mastery. And it has, like, so basically you would get together 10 plus participants, however you get them together. And then you use this manual and you present this thing. And usually people in movement to mastery do it by pairing up or having, 3 or 4 people and everybody taking a piece of it. You know what I mean? It has everything designed in the manual so that you get to do all of the different aspects that it takes to facilitate. Like the thing that new facilitators avoid, like the plague, like pretty much all human beings, is enrollment. Because if nobody wants to be a slick used car salesman. You know what I mean? They have these negative associations. But the truth is, if you watch any master facilitator facilitate, the word facilitation and enrollment are literally interchangeable. If I didn't do enrollment all the way through the first few days of the awakening, nobody would have a breakthrough. Okay, so I'm going to ask you some questions, okay? Everybody can just call out the answer. You don't have to raise your hand, okay? What stars have a presence, movie stars, rock stars, country music stars, whatever. What stars have a presence that communicates strength or power?
Angelina Jolie.
Chris Brosnan.
Good. Now, what stars have a presence that communicates heart or loving?
Julia Roberts, yeah.
Yeah.
Me.
Audrey Hepburn.
Oh, here we go. Who in this room has a presence that communicates strength or power?
Me. Krista.
Shayla. Who in this room has a presence that communicates heart or loving?
Dawn.
Emily.
Rod.
Good. What movie stars or stars have a presence that communicates credible, believable, or integrity?
William Hurt.
Harrison Ford.
Jimmy
Yeah.
Stewart. I said that too. Jimmy Stewart.
Yes,
Edward
Marie,
Norton.
good job.
Who in this room has a presence that communicates credible, believable, or integrity?
Casey.
Rodney.
Christian.
Sure.
Sherilyn.
Good job. What stars have a presence that communicates funny or delightful?
Jim Carrey.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh, Steve's around.
Yeah, he's Pete.
Who in this room has a presence that communicates funny or delightful?
Unanimous. Boy, that just felt like a hug.
I'm going to give you a few techniques from the section of your manual that says the power of presence. Okay?
Pre-course tactic
Huh?
the pre-course tactic?
No, I haven't given it to you yet. I'm going to give it to you later.
There you go. That's for you.
Get used to disappointment.
That's right.
Cherie?
I was asking that.
Okay. So first of all, centering is essential. Centering is 4 steps. You basically stop internally, you slow down using deep breaths. You look within, see what's true, and then you do your best to do that. In order to be centered, you have to be able to be with all your thoughts and your feelings and do nothing. Be with them. Not be always running around like a chicken with your head cut off trying to do something with it. Trista, can I use you as an example?
Please do.
Yeah. So Trista is very powerful. She's very passionate. She has a lot of intensity. And like my sister Lorena, whenever she gets into her fear or doubt and begins to push, then it's too much. Same with Lorena. But if she just relaxes and is centered and allows herself to flow, she is a lot. You get it?
Yes.
So to whatever degree you have access to emotions, and some of you are so in your head that you really don't have a lot of access to emotions, but to whatever degree you have access to emotions, you need centering. You need to master centering. Because whatever degree you have access to emotions, it means that you're always acting as if your feelings mean anything. You actually take your feelings seriously, which is a huge mistake. Feelings are big electricity, they're big juice, but they mean diddly. 90% of the time, they mean diddly. They don't mean anything, but you guys actually act on it. Like you're supposed to do this because you feel that, and so you do it. And big mistake. Oh, now my feelings say go here. I'm not kidding. At least 90% of the time, if you would just do nothing with your feelings, you'd be way better off. Way better off. Okay, I'm just going to mention that.
Because those of us who live by our feelings that are just like have no idea how to go into it now.
Well, centering is the skill you want to master.
Okay.
And don't do anything until you absolutely know. Be okay not knowing until you absolutely know. Don't do diddly until you absolutely, for sure, for certain, absolutely know. Until then, stay in I don't know.
I have a comment.
Yeah.
So today was one of my coaching days, and had some great calls with people. Was finishing up my last group program, and I could hear some drama out with my kids. And I was wrapping things up, so I went out. I'm feeling great, very centered, but all of my kids are triggered and hooked in this drama, and wanted to start explaining their side and everything. And I just took the two main ones. I told everybody, come with me. First thing before you tell me anything, let's just go out to the grass. Everybody walk out, go find a place to walk around. Okay, and just, helping them take care of some of that extra energy, and then we could go into it. But instead of, hooking each other back and forth.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. Let's acknowledge. If you're familiar with energy work, you might know something about how powerful the Earth's energy is. And you could have also taken your kids and said, okay, everybody, I want you to lie down on the Earth for 10 minutes. 10 minutes, and the Earth would have changed them dramatically. When you have a problem, and it's summer, go and lie on the Earth for 20 minutes, I'm not kidding, and watch the Earth heal you. Good job. Way to go, Cheryl. Okay. Next technique for personal presence that's in the manual I will be giving you soon.
Wait for it.
Huh?
Yeah. We're waiting for it. I'm excited.
When you make a mistake in front of the room, do not stop to pick it up. Now, I want you to think about the ramifications of that in your personal life. I've had lots of times when I'm doing something and the paper I'm holding just falls to the floor, or my music stand tips over or something, I make a mistake, right? But in order to maintain the space in the room, I have to just keep going, you know, deal with the mistake, but not give it any attention. How would your personal life be served if when you make mistakes, you deal with it, you apologize, you clean it up, you whatever, but you don't give it any attention? You don't stop and focus your attention on the mistake.
So when I teach yoga, for instance, I tell them to step their right foot forward instead of their left, and I start explaining the pose from the complete opposite side of the body, which they've already placed something else. Do I say, oh, sorry, and then just keep moving on, or do I? Or I
Say,
one of the teachers
oh, I went from the wrong side. Good, we're going to reverse that now. Go to the other side.
But don't like do anything else, like laugh or joke about it. Just
don't
on.
Don't go. Oh, I really screwed up there. My goodness,
Just move on.
Just move on. Just move on. How would your personal lives be improved by just moving on?
I remember watching an awesome demonstration of that. You were doing a talk at a church. It was a singles fireside.
Singles?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
And you tripped over the thing and almost went down.
Yeah.
And didn't
Fell
even
over.
Stood up. I mean, it didn't even acknowledge it. You know, just completely moved on. And it was beautiful because I was on camera, so I'm watching intently, and I was like, oh, you didn't even acknowledge it. It was interesting, yeah. But it was well done. Yeah. Because that would have been a tragedy for me. You know,
Yeah.
like, oh my God, you know.
And I could have fallen on my face and I would have done the same exact thing. And I cannot tell you how that has served me in life. Don't give Wilbur any more attention than you have to. He is not the answer. Okay, and here's another tool. To deal with self-consciousness, instead of being seen, look out to see what's going on over there. You're going to go to a party. You tend to be a little self-conscious at parties. You walk in the door. You notice your heart's palpitating. You kind of speed it up a little bit. You're kind of self-conscious, a little nervous. You walk in the door. The moment you get in the door, you look at whoever is on the far left of the room, and you ask yourself, what is that person going through? Good. What is that person going through? Good. What is that person going? And you keep going. By the time you're halfway around the room, you will not be self-conscious anymore. Because you just put your eyes back in your own head instead of being seen. You're seeing instead of being seen. Okay. Throughout the night, I'm going to give somebody, volunteers, 30 to 45 seconds to come up and demonstrate presence by answering the question, like we did in other workshops. The question is, what is possible for these warriors?
Anything you put your mind to.
So raise your hand, I'll call on you, come up to the front of the room. You have 30 to 45 seconds. Okay? And we'll do that throughout the night. Okay? Need, come on. Go ahead. 30 to 45 seconds.
What I want you to do is imagine time as being continuous, as flowing, as moving, and every moment of your life is new and renewed and renewed and renewed. And every chance you have of loving yourself is renewed again and again and again. And living in the moment is living in each new moment at a time. Not looking backwards, keep moving forward. Keep inhaling and loving yourself. loving who you are and loving each chance to be a new person and being that new person.
Beautiful. Acknowledge. Okay. Now, all through the workshop, I need to reference the retreat we do called The Awakening. And there's two reasons for doing that. First of all, for the people who've been through The Awakening, it gives them an extra level of insight for what we're discussing, and it expands their understanding of the tools that I'm using. Okay? Secondly, because if you haven't been through The Awakening, for those of you who haven't done it, I would love it if by our discussions in this workshop, it happens to whet your appetite and you begin to consider that maybe someday you'd really like to do The Awakening. I don't remember the word. Unabashed. Is that a word?
Yes. Yes.
I'm unabashed about my putting The Awakening in front of you. Okay, now, new kids, if you're new to this work and you haven't been in a lot of my workshops, and we start talking about The Awakening or other things in Movements and Mastery, and it starts to feel like you're a third wheel, like you don't quite understand what we're talking about, then please stop us and ask questions so that we include you in the conversation. Okay? Thank you. Okay? Here's a little quote about self-worth. Sometimes your greatest teachers in life had no idea just what they taught you, especially those who treated you the worst. The day you said, I deserve much better than this, was the day you graduated from their class.
Nice.
Could you repeat that, please?
Yes. Sometimes your greatest teachers in life had no idea just what they taught you, especially those who treated you the worst. The day you said, I deserve much better than this, was the day you graduated from their class. Yeah.
On the part where you said you can lay on the earth or whatever, and
Yeah.
get that, does it matter where? And so do you just, when you lay on the earth, are you getting, you know how there's sacred spots, does it matter where? Or does the earth just send what you need?
It doesn't matter where. There's something sweet and extra special about sacred spots, but you don't need them. Okay, now I'm going to talk about humankind's greatest leap. Perhaps mankind's greatest single historical leap of all time is from education to experiential learning. From learning as a concept to learning as an experience. It is the birth of this work that we're doing. It is the essence of what gets called transformation or the work or breakthrough or awakening. This is not a new concept. Many people teach it like many other wonderful principles. The greatest single leap for mankind is not new principles. We've already received the greatest principles. You know, love thy neighbor. The greatest principle. That was given, you know, a couple thousand years ago. This leap, but how many people do you know who are masters at living that principle? You know what I mean?
Not enough.
You know, if I give you, make a note, Anthony, to remind me to talk about tennis.
Did you say tennis?
Tennis, the game.
Is there a particular time that's you want to remind you?
What?
When to remind you?
Oh. How about 3 pages? Watch carefully.
Jerry, could you say that sort of thing? The greatest leap for mankind.
Yes. The greatest single leap for mankind is not new principles. We've already seen the greatest principles. The greatest leap is from education as a concept to education as an experience. Experiential learning. The leap makes real the greatest context of all time. bigger than the context of the end of slavery, bigger than education. We forget how many people around the world have no access to education. Bigger than heavier than air flight, bigger than human rights. We forget, because we've grown up in a culture that has human rights, that not long ago human beings had no rights. Kings had rights. Princes had rights. Human beings were fodder. It makes available to us the ability to make real a shift from the context called you or me, because the context for human interaction throughout history was you or me. There's the food, there's you, there's me. One of us is going to get the food and one of us is not. And if it's going to be you or me, I'm going to get the food. So our warriors are going to come over and kill your warriors. Then your children are going to grow up and come over and kill our warriors. And then we go back and forth, and that's human history. You know, whether it's the Bible, the Book of Mormon, or any other book you read, human history is that, what I just told you. It's called you or me, and the greatest context of all time. And I want to acknowledge Werner Erhard for making this popular back in the 70s, is the shift from you or me to you and me. The greatest leap of all time is the power to make those principles real, to experience unconditional love, to practice unconditional love, and to live and create a world of unconditional love. A world where everyone wins, a world that works for everyone, a world where everyone comes home. I like to say it as, I want as big a piece of the pie called heaven on earth as I can get my hands on.
Question.
Yeah.
You talked of the unconditional love, and I've often thought, how much love can you have for somebody else if you have no love for yourself?
Yeah.
So the amount of love you have for yourself, you can only share that much with somebody else.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Although, I'll tell you a big misconception of that in healers and facilitators, okay, speakers like that. New facilitators often say, yeah, I think if I get a little more training or get a little more of this or go back to school or whatever, then I could be a speaker, or I could be a facilitator, I could do my own workshops or whatever. And they've got it ass backwards. You don't wait to be better enough before you decide to get out there and make a difference on the planet. You know how Steven Spielberg became who he was? He visited Universal Studios when he was a teenager, still a teenager. He went home and borrowed his father's suit, snuck under the fence, walked around lot to lot. People would say, "Who are you?" "Oh, I'm Steven Spielberg, the director." Then he found an empty trailer, and he put a sign up, "Steven Spielberg, the director." All right? One day, a director got sick. They didn't know what to do. They were panicked. What about that kid, Steven Spielberg? "Yeah, sure, I'll do it." You don't wait to be better enough. You get out there and make some mistakes and get dirty. Fall on your face a few times. Sandra, that's why you can't lose. You can't lose because it doesn't matter how many times we fall down. What matters is we get back up and we learn and we show up and shine. That's why you can't lose. If any of you are brave enough to go out there and make a difference in somebody's life, I kiss your feet. You know, make some mistakes. Get out there. Learn. Don't wait till you're better enough. Okay, I'm going to give you the levels of transformation, and you don't have to write these down because when I give you the workbook, they will be in your workbook.
Did you mention when you're giving the workbook to us?
Did I say when? Did I say when?
I don't know. Did you say when?
Is that the question?
Yes.
He did not say
No.
that.
He said later.
He keeps being vague so that he can give it at any time. If it's
Setup.
the right time.
You know who the best author for setup is? The lady who wrote Harry Potter. Because she'll tell you about the crescendo of the book early on, and then she tells you a little bit more later, and a little bit more later, and by the time the crescendo is about to happen, you're like chomping at the bit.
I know you sit and read Harry Potter all day.
I would have it set in my car on, and I'd be going to like a corporate appointment, and really big money, you know what I mean? And I'd be like almost 3 o'clock, and I'd be like, no, don't go anywhere without me. Here's the levels of transformation. Starts off by having safety. Out of safety, you can have participation that can rise to a level of 100%. If you rise up to that level, you can get to where you can actually face your own old ways. Like, be honest, take a look, see what's not working, see what is working. See what I'm saying? You can really face yourself. Then, if that's available, then you could go into what we at the Awakening would call a breakthrough process. Or for people who haven't done the Awakening, by facing themselves, they can have a huge shift in their life. Then, above that, then comes the ability to have forgiveness. Once people get to a place where they actually have a taste of the fact that there's nothing wrong with me, then they typically will arrive at forgiveness. And by the way, above that is unconditional love, but unconditional love can typically switch places with forgiveness. Either one can come first or second. Then above that is healing our personal relationships, for example, with our parents. Then above that is the ability to make a difference in life.
Make a difference where?
In life. To contribute. And then above that is the interest and the commitment to create a world that works for all of us. And then above that is a place where you get to immerse yourself in living in heaven on earth. I want you to get a partner, and I want you to share with your partner as specifically as you can, what is your dream of being a gift? As far as you know, right now, what is your dream of being a gift? And share back and forth so one person doesn't do all the talking.
Can I do that at the beginning already? Or just again?
Go.
Well, I already did that.
You're looking at
Takes on. Shake it up. Shake it up. Do you need to do it,
Hey, well, you gotta tell me in this position of being again. I like we don't ever bump it up like oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, and then the oh yeah, yeah, yeah. But then, and now I okay, you know what? Actually, church is you know, it's like, oh yeah, that's a good possibility. You know, today is good as I love her, you know. So that's where I'm
Okay, wrap it up. Have a seat.
Everybody go back to my chair.
Okay, now I'm going to talk about the power of the experiential realm. So if I give you a book on how to play tennis, and you study the book, and I give you a test, and you get an A on the test, Do you know how to play tennis?
No.
Yes, you do. In the conceptual realm, not in the experiential realm. Yourself is like a house. It has many rooms. And in our culture, people have learned how to stay up in their head and not experience life. So I want two of you to pair up with another two and get in a small circle very quickly.
Not like that.
Logistics, make sure that all the participants have, people have not get over
I didn't know.
Okay. We're going to play a game. We're going to have a contest. We're going to have about 90 seconds to see which group can come up with the most advantages that an experiential training has over a conceptual training. Somebody needs to make a list and write them down. Okay? Questions?
No, we just want time to go so we can win.
I had one.
Ready? Go. Okay, stop. Okay, I'm going to go with Marvin's group first. I'm going to call out what's on your list. everybody has to pay attention because when it comes your turn to call them out, you're only going to call out what the previous groups have not called out. Does that make sense? Okay. How many do you have?
I don't know. All four said the same thing, pretty much. And
I don't want a story. I just want to know how many do you have? Well, come back to me then. How many do you have?
12.
12. How many do you have? 11. How many do you have, Wendy?
9.
9.
8.
8.
7.
7.
6.
5.
Okay, good. Okay. Cherie, go ahead and read them.
The difference is
Quiet.
actually sensing and can activate it and can find the false truth.
The what?
False truth.
Last
Is that 1 or?
It's 3. Yeah.
It's 3.
I'd say it's 3. He says
Okay.
it's 3.
Okay, good. Terrific. Go ahead. Read anything that they didn't already read.
Real world learning, insight, safety, grounded into your body, success and fail. You can succeed and fail. You get out of your comfort zone. It stretches you. You learn about you. You interact with others. You use different learning styles, more engaging and fun.
Excellent. Good. Oh, let's acknowledge each group. Okay. Somebody reading anything that she did not read or that the previous group did not read?
Yeah.
Okay. Experiences are the best teachers. Helps with memory. You retain 1/4 of what you learn in chalk and talk. You remember 60% of experiential. You remember 90% of what you teach. Your senses are more heightened. Your smell, your sight, your hearing, your touch are all part of the experience.
Great.
Experience are the best teachers for you learn at the deepest level.
Good. Acknowledge. Okay. Go ahead in that group there.
Getting harder. Doing is knowing. You get your endorphins going. And I think we already said fun and muscle memory, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Good. Good job. Way to go. Acknowledge. Anything that hasn't been said so far?
It's life-changing, you're an example, and you have authenticity.
Beautiful. Excellent. Acknowledge. Anything not said so far?
You're playing. You're living in a renewed space every moment.
Beautiful. Thank you. Acknowledge.
The first step towards the physical manifestation is experiencing it even before it shows up. So it comes from the ethers first. That's the first step in it showing up. And then it was kind of already said, but the personal perception, where I get to see it through my mind's eye, and that makes it real.
Yeah. That's right.
And I think those are the ones that really matter. And then I just want to add this. My world will be what I believe it is.
Yeah.
Therefore, I make believe.
Yeah.
Experience what I want, and then it shows up.
Good job. Go ahead.
I have some more. It creates alignment with your true self, and it does a healing with subconscious and conscious.
Yep. Excellent. Acknowledge. Did any group have more than 13? Okay, so Casey's group wins. Let's acknowledge them. That means they're far superior to all of you. Okay, come back to the regular setup. Now I'm going to mention the anatomy of an exercise or an experience, and then I will demonstrate it with an exercise you've all done many times if you've been in Movement to Mastery on my workshop. And again, you don't have to write this down because whenever I give you the workbook, it will be in the workbook.
Whenever.
Yeah. You never know. Okay, anatomy of an exercise or a process. Number one, conceptual insight. Like a logical aha. Number two, verbalization. Number three, using your physiology. I think I'll do this exercise again. It can't hurt to demonstrate it. This is what made Tony Robbins famous, but I think it's worth a demonstration. Go ahead and take everything off your laps and stand up. Okay, now I want you to stand really tall with your shoulders back, so your chest is up there, and then put your head back and put a big, cheesy grin on your face. Smile big, really big. Good, good. Now, holding that posture, I want you to see if you can get depressed. You know, life really stinks. If it's not one thing, it's another. And then you die. Okay, have a seat. If you want to change your state, you change your body. You move your physiology. You move your body. First thing a good therapist does with somebody who's depressed is get them to take walks. Get out of the house. Move your body. Okay, the fourth thing is connect the message of the exercise to future payoffs. Connect the message you're trying to convey in the exercise to future payoffs or blessings or goodies. If you want to add something special to it, you bring it to the now. You have the experience be in the now. Those of you who did the awakening remember in peak experiences, remembering some of the best moments of your life, I said do it in the now. In the exercise I'm just going to do, I'm going to have you go 5 years in the future and talk about it like it's in the now. So I'm doing both future payoffs and in the now. And the sixth thing is to anchor the lesson in. Now, what creates an anchor? An anchor is any two things that connect together. So if I say, like with my skiers, when I took the young skiers from, like, not even ranked out of 190 some odd people, to where he was winning X Games and, you know, top flight stuff. I created a peak experience. I had him remember a peak experience of his skiing when he was absolutely at his peak. And then I said, I want you to create a physical anchor. It can be two fingers touching together. It can be hand on your chest. It can be hand on your face. It can be an eye movement. It can be anything, because you're connecting your best performance with something physical. That's how when I coached, I can't remember her name now, Holly Flanders, who at one point was the winningest woman in America, referred this gal who was going to be in that Olympics, and she only had time for one session. So I did this with her, got her to be in her best moment. She's in the zone. Then she created her hand on her chest. That was her physical anchor. Now, I brought her out of it, then I put her back into it, put her hand on her chest. Brought her out of it, talked a little bit, put her back into it, put her on her chest. After 7 or 8 times, all she had to do is put her on her chest. Bam, she's in the zone. Bam. 4 silver medals. She skied way beyond where she was ranked. Understand that professional athletes are eating this up with a spoon. What I love about working with athletes, I mean, I love working with anybody, but what I love with athletes is you can see their results instantly. And you're all emotional athletes. Okay, now I'm going to demonstrate the skill, okay, with all 6 of those things in it. And I want you to notice the 6 while you're doing the exercise.
I'm supposed to remember.
when you told us not to write it down. It's 3.
I said you didn't have to write it down.
Remember it.
I'll just say them again, and then you can identify any of them that you can remember. Okay? Conceptual insight, like a logical aha. Verbalization, using your physiology. Connect the message to future payoffs. Bring it to the now, and anchor the lesson in. Okay, so here's the exercise. True living is living in the dream. So I want you to imagine that it's 5 years in the future. And one of your dreams has come true better than you were hoping for. It could be money, it could be love life, it could be anything. Whatever means a lot to you. So in a moment, I'm going to have you stand up, find a partner, and while you're standing, imagine it's 5 years in the future and that this dream has come true. And I want you to talk about it as if it's now. Don't say tomorrow. Don't say it's going to be like. Say today, my love life is like this and this and this and this and this. Or my money is like this and this and this and this. Talk about it in the now. Okay? Okay, everybody stand up, get a partner. You're going to have about 5 minutes apiece.
So are you going to tell us to switch? Or
I'll tell you to switch.
You're mine, girl. You're mine. Fine, girl. We want over here. Now let's go over to the palace.
Okay, let the first person wrap it up and the second person go.
And then I get each one. I get my secret, my candle.
Okay. Now, let me ask you a question. Did you notice conceptual insight, like aha? Did you notice that you had to verbalize?
Yes.
And you had to stand up so you were moving your body. I connected the message, which is true living is living in the dream, to your future payoffs, and brought it to the now. And all of that became an anchor. Okay, I'm going to make an announcement and then let you take a break. If you're in Movement to Mastery, you received an email which talks about the 3 guest events coming up this month. Okay, there are 3 free guest events. The one at Unity, I'll be talking for about a half an hour. The one at Transformation Station the following Sunday, I'll be doing a 3-hour workshop. The one at Tatwick Tides, I'll be doing a 90-minute workshop. Okay? At every one of those, your loved ones or your guests have an opportunity to get the best deals on the upcoming workshops that anyone will get. As a matter of fact, only new people will get the best deals. Okay? Now, if you show up, you'll still get a great deal if you haven't signed up for Spirit yet. You'll get better than anybody else. But the guests will get a very special deal. For example, if they haven't been in our work before, they've got an opportunity to get Spirit Workshop at a ridiculous price. I'm not kidding. Ridiculous. And they will get 2 workshops, Relationships, which are worth $500, Blast Off worth $800 for free.
Wow.
By signing up.
That is ridiculous.
So you want to get people who haven't been in our workshops to that one. By the way, I'm announcing the Unity Church thing and all that things. So the 3 flyers for those 3 events are on the back table. All 3 of them are the same title, Magical Mystery Tour, but they're different lengths. 30 minutes, 3 hours, 90 minutes. And so whatever date your people can make sure you let them know that they can come and get ridiculous stuff. Okay. Anybody else?
That sounds like a ridiculously fantastic deal. Good job.
It is. It is a very good deal. Good. Good business.
Good business.
Okay. Take a 15-minute break. Oh, hold on a second. Lynette has an announcement to make.
If any of you slipped in when I was off doing something else and did not complete a registration or pick up the paperwork, please see me during the break.
Like if you don't have a pre-course packet, you want to get one of those from Lynette.
Pre-course packet or the additional papers.
How many pre-course packets do you need, honey?
I didn't get the memo on the purple.
Purple, purple, purple.
Yeah, did you see that? I saw it. Complaints about herself. That's something that
These agreements.
oh, yeah. Yeah.
7 and 8. All right. What's happening?
I was feeling like I take it that way. And I'm missing every freaking one. Thank you. I'm a rock and roller. I need my rock and roll fix. What's your name, Sarah? My rock. I love rock and roll. Old rockers. Old rock and roll. And every concert.
Hey, you want to switch your thing for Saturday? So you can there all week. Where's
I know. It's legal.
Wow. Yeah, I got a nun.
Does anybody have an iPhone cord charger by chance? I got one on my
But it's one of those that floats up.
Just like
No, the charger.
it's not like, oh, I personally.
I'm on break from the Carolyn and Sheila, and then I got a family. Like you want
self-reliance. And I read it in one sitting, and it changed my life. It's all about being yourself and being authentic. About being true to yourself. About honoring. One of the lines is, a man should learn to detect and watch that gleam of light that passes across his own mind more than the lights and the firmament of the bards and sages. Ah, but what will people think? Surely he will be misunderstood. Is it so wrong to be misunderstood? And then he lists Jesus and all the great souls of history. To be great is to be misunderstood. Catherine?
So is self-reliance a book?
It's a booklet.
A booklet.
Basically, it's like a pamphlet. And the language is a little tough at times because it's written in the, I don't know what, 17th century, 18th century, something like that. But it's phenomenal, you know.
So to be great is to be misunderstood.
That's one of his quotes. Moroni, do we have the Martin Luther King video? Have we pulled all the videos yet? Why don't we start pulling all of them, because we're going to start doing exercises about the videos. Somebody over here have a question?
No, I was just going to comment, but I certainly will go ahead.
Okay. Well, you can comment.
I was going to say, my experience of the concept of being understood about our greatness is that we're describing the inside of ourselves. That genius that is flitting through that God in embryo experience is that personal.
Yeah.
And it's the expression of it. You know, our progress hinges on the expression, the ability to express that and grow in expressing it. But there's a lot of misunderstanding in that.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And it's okay.
Yeah. Tell me your name again.
Kathleen.
Kathleen. That's great. That's a brilliant comment.
She's my friend. She lets me hang out with her.
I want to acknowledge you, Kathleen, because it's obvious that you've studied and researched and sought out higher truth, that you're passionate about them, that you really love anything of a higher nature. So, way to go. Acknowledge her. I love acknowledging people when I'm in a workshop setting. Why do I do that? Every first night of every workshop. Increase the space.
Because what you do to any single person, you do to every single person at the same time.
That's
so
right.
If you pour it on, they know it's good to share, and that's acknowledged.
That's right. Because whatever, as a presenter, whatever you do to any one person in the room, subconsciously you're doing for everybody in the room. Positive or negative. I've seen $5,000 a day trainers mishandle somebody after lunch because they were late, and then the space was dead for the next 2 hours. Because they didn't know that.
So this dynamic is happening inside of families as well. When a parent is chastising a child in front of them, everybody feels it.
Even more than that, everything you do, positive or negative, affects everybody on the planet. Everybody in all of the universes. Which is why, whenever you demonstrate an ounce of love and light, every time you apologize, every time you say, I love you, every time you say anything that rises to higher ground, you are changing everything in all the universes for all of time. That's the effect you have on everything. So your personal love and life is pretty powerful.
Can I just make a comment on that? It's easy to get caught in the mindset of why bother when the negative is happening too. But this is the truth. We are the light. And all of the darkness cannot extinguish the smallest of lights. But the smallest of light can disperse the greatest of darkness.
Yeah.
So it's never a waste.
Yeah. You know, it's funny. Let's acknowledge that. I've had two experiences in my life where I went into the light. Once working with a shaman in South America and once in a hot tub in Park City. And when you go into the light, which is, you know, indescribable, beyond anything you can describe. And it's a real, tangible light. It's white light that looks like rainbow stuff. But when you're there, what you know is that all of us are always there. That is where we live. 24/7, full time. And this little tiny part of us is in the physical realm, going to school. But where we live all the time is in the light. The much larger part of us. We just forget. Marana, let me know when you have it? Martin Luther King? Okay, I'm going to have you put it in, and then I'm going to have you fast forward it so I can tell you when it goes, because I think it's recorded too long. Let's get the lights. And by the way, here's an exercise for you. What I want you to do is, as you're watching it, I want you to write down adjectives that describe how Martin Luther King is being in this video. Okay, we have just your right there. There you go. We've got it in the lamps.
You know, every now and then, I think about my own death. I don't think about it in a morbid sense. But like anybody, every now and then I ask myself what it is I would want to say. And if any of you are around when I have to meet that day, tell them I don't want a long funeral. Just tell them not to talk too long. Tell them not to mention that I have a Nobel Peace Prize. That isn't important. Tell them not to mention where I went to school. But I'd like for somebody to mention on that day that Martin Luther King Jr. tried to give his life serving others. I'd like for somebody to say that day that Martin Luther King Jr. tried to love somebody. I want you to be able to say that day that I was right on the war question. I want you to be able to say that I did try to feed the hungry. I want you to be able to say that day that I did try in my life to clothe the naked. That I did try in my life to visit those that were in prison. Yes, if you want to call me a drum major, call me a drum major for justice. Call me a drum major for peace, and all the other shallow things will not matter. I won't have any money to leave behind. I won't have any of the fine and luxurious things of life to leave behind. But I just want to leave a committed life behind. Oh, if I can help somebody as I pass along, if I can cheer somebody with a word or a song as I can show somebody that is traveling wrong within my living will not be in vain.
Woo! Yeah. So now I want you to get a partner, and I want you to own your projections. I want you to say, I am Martin Luther King, and I am, and then your adjectives, and see if you can experience owning what you saw in the mirror called Martin Luther King. See if you can own it. Let's go. Go back and forth. You do one, they do one. You do one, they do one. Own your projection. I am Martin Luther King, and I am.
I am Martin Luther King. I have passion. I am Martin Luther King. I am Martin Luther King, and I have such compassion. I am Martin Luther King. I am Martin Luther King, and I am dedicated to serving humanity. I am Martin Luther King. I am Martin Luther King, and I am emotionally connected to my message. Every cell in my body. I am Martin Luther King, and I have a committed life. I am Martin Luther King. I am Martin Luther King, and I stand for peace. I am Martin Luther King. I am humorous. I am Martin Luther King, and I stand for justice and love. I am Martin Luther King, and I am Martin Luther King, and I have a message for my people, a message of hope and a message of empowerment. I am Martin Luther King, and I am Martin Luther King, and my message is not just for the people of my race, but for everyone. I am Martin Luther King, I am Martin Luther King, and I want people to know that my legacy is one of peace and love and compassion and justice. I am Martin Luther King. I am Martin Luther King. I am Martin.
Okay, wrap it up.
With authenticity. Authenticity. I move in spirit.
That's a movie. It was 3 2-hour series, and they played it every night, and I think I rented it off my first birthday. But it's with an actor playing King. Okay, everybody pull this handout out, which is basically an insert for the workshop for the flyer called Pinnacle of Presentations, and it's got a list of different things you're going to be learning this weekend, okay?
What page is it? Where is it?
It was just on the table when you came in, and I gave you a copy of it.
It's on the other side of what people are saying about this work.
Yeah, that's the back side.
Anyone is still missing the three-course path or vertical handouts, please raise your hand.
Here it is. Handouts. Okay, look at the list. At the things you're going to be learning this weekend. And I want you to raise your hand. I'll call on you, call out the topic. The ones that you are most excited about learning this weekend.
It's $1 million formula.
Okay, quiet, 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 quiet. Oh, Lynette, if you need to talk more, just take them outside. Okay. So the $1 million formula is basically that the fact that you're going to learn how to design your own experiential workshops, which you'll use for your Breakthrough Saturday. But I call it the $1 million formula because basically as long as you follow those 7 phases, any workshop you create, no matter what the topic is, it can be about children, self-esteem, parenting, it doesn't matter. Whatever the workshop is, that will be a well-designed workshop. That will be a smash success. Now all you got to do is enroll people. Okay. Good. Somebody else. Carlos.
The power of personal presence.
Yep, the power of personal presence, which will be demonstrated when you get your feedback and your coaching for your presentation. Good. And tomorrow night, whoever gets picked will demonstrate that you can go from. Matter of fact, it's really fascinating. Whoever gets picked tomorrow night, I'm going to ask the group, and if I forget, you tell me. Okay? I'm going to ask you to raise your hand every time you think the person make a shift in the direction where their income will increase. Because typically by the time they're done, they've made several shifts that were enough that you believe their income is going to increase. Okay, good.
How to handle difficult trainer situations.
Yep. Yep. How to handle difficult trainer situations. Yeah, I've done workshops where because the company had laid them off and they wanted to move their emotional energy, they started off by playing Kill the Facilitator. And I was glad that I had enough experience in my belt that I knew how to deal with that, how to turn that around. And I did. Yeah. And it's good to know. You know, it's good to know those kind of things when you're trying to lead a group. Because every once in a while, matter of fact, I'll say something really quick about it. A group is like a child. They go in whatever direction you pay attention to. If you make the mistake of focusing on the troublemaker, you get a lot more troublemakers. So if you go, oh, thank you for sharing, and then you move on, you ignore the troublemaker, and you focus on the people, and you stroke the people who are doing what you want to see happen, it goes that way.
I have a question.
Yeah.
What if, how do you do it in such a way that it doesn't appear that you're ignoring that person? Because when someone does that, I'm like,
you recreate their message. You say, don't want, do want.
Okay.
So what you don't want is this, and what you do want is that. And I can see that the reason you want that is because you're so whatever. Great, thank you very much for sharing.
So it's basically melt your favorite shirt.
Yep. Your favorite shirt? One of my favorite tools. You know, so funny because in the first blast off that Charlotte came to, right? She was kind of being a jerk about the material and the workshop and what was happening. And all I did was how to melt your favorite jerk, right? I demonstrated, you know. And it was a learning moment for the people in Movement to Mastery. So I said, are you guys watching what I'm doing? Right? And one of the people called out, "Yeah, melt your favorite shirt." We weren't supposed to say that to Charlotte until after I knelt her. Body language. Body language is fun because, like, when somebody's asleep, you can wake them up without ever saying a word to them by simply walking around the room and standing in their neighborhood. And because all of the energy is now coming over to this neighborhood, if Sarah was the one falling asleep, all I have to do is get in this neighborhood, and all that energy now wakes her up.
Can you stand on this one?
How many times do you watch me get on one knee when I'm going to talk to somebody? Right?
Yeah.
That's really good use of body language because their eyes now have to go down. When their eyes go down, what are they accessing? Feelings. Feelings. And if I'm going to say something kind of tough for them to hear, I want to get down because I'm also, my body language is now managing authority with empathy. So now I can say something that they don't want to hear with a loving tone of voice, and they can hear it because I'm being empathetic instead of authoritative. So, Karen?
Learning a unique system for continuous improvement and more.
Yes. You just like the end most part.
And a continuous improvement.
Yeah, like
And
I
the
said,
uniqueness of it.
like I said at the end, is that you're going to be given a handout that will be basically a system for you to keep practicing and developing once you leave here.
Oh.
And if you're lucky if you're moving to mastery because then you get to practice with your group and swing your video and keep doing it like that. Good job. Anybody else? Okay, Rebecca.
Hey, she just woke me up. The laws of personal productivity.
Yep. Yeah, basically, that's taken in part from the book that I wrote about the things you can do to get from the fear theater to the love theater.
That one that has the little boy on the glass? Or was that a different one?
Ladder. Little boy on the
Is that the
ladder.
one with the little boy on the glass, the book cover? Or what's the name of that one?
Yeah.
Is that it? Is that what it is? Oh, on the building. On the
Yeah.
building. Yeah, I got it.
That one?
I think that's the one. I don't remember what the cover looks like anymore. But
I'm a visual
it's the
learner,
one
so-
right by the door. If you go to that website, that's where you'll see it. Right.
Report back. Let us know.
Yeah. Okay.
Eliciting wholehearted participation.
Yep. That's a real trick, a real art to get people to wholeheartedly participate. You know, I don't know if I shared this with you, but back in the day when I was doing all the breakthroughs and we did all the breakthroughs in front of the room, right? At times I would say, okay, because everybody wants the next breakthrough, right? So I'd say, okay, and I'd throw a book, like a Carlos Castaneda book, out in the center room. The first person to touch the book gets a breakthrough, right? But I had to stop doing that because they almost hit each other's head. Okay, anybody alive gets a breakthrough.
Turning obstacles, barriers, problems into personal power.
Yep, turning obstacles, barriers, into personal power. The best, simplest version of that is what I just demonstrated with don't want, do want.
Yes.
And I'll give you a good example because with people who want to have less Wilbur, less, shut up, watch out, don't do that, that was stupid, you're losers, all that stuff. Recreation is one of the best things you can do with it. Even if you have to start off by putting Wilbur in a chair in front of you, letting Wilbur speak his mind. Oh my goodness, you made another mistake. Matter of fact, I think Trista the other day, if you don't mind me sharing about that, about this new challenge that she has, and she's got some doubts going on, and so I had her do the chairs in order to melt Wilbur. That's actually something that everybody, especially in movement to mastery, should practice for a while. just to get Wilbur out of your way. But the whole game is getting Wilbur out of the way and focusing on doing what works. Right.
So essentially what I got from the exercise was, what is Wilbur's sweetheart message? Like if I peel away, okay, Wilbur, what you don't want, in your very dysfunctional way in language, what you really don't want is this, and what you do want. Yes. So my analytical brain really loved it because it would peel apart the message and diffused all the power that Wilbur has. It was like, oh, I get it. That's what you don't want. That makes sense. You're kind of my cheerleader too, in a dysfunctional way. So.
That's extremely accurate.
Is that like an apparent dialogue? Yeah.
Well, it has a little bit of that flavor to it, but it's not really the same. It's more that you just simply put Wilbur in a chair until you get good enough at it that you don't need to put him in a chair. You hear the voice, you go, okay, well, you don't want this, you do want that.
So you don't. Oh, I don't understand how it's different than an empowerment dialogue.
Because with recreation, all you're doing is don't want, do want. Now you get Wilbur's sweetheart message. You say, I want that too. Can I take some steps to go in that direction? Yeah. You make a commitment. Bam, it's over. It's 5. Don't want, do want, brainstorm, make it safe, commit. 5 steps. You're done. Okay. Empowerment dialogue is what? 14 steps and pretty detailed and a circle and a paper. It's a lot of stuff. It's different.
When you make the commitment, though, it's not over because then your commitment is tested, right?
Well, it depends on if you're as long as you're honoring your commitment, then you're not having any upset. It's when you start to pull your commitment out that the upset comes back again. Remember,
So
upset or pain is only asking for a commitment, a correction.
The situation can be happening, but you won't be triggered.
Yes.
Okay. So even if the situation keeps happening, it doesn't mean that you didn't make your commitment. It just means it's happening. You know your commitment isn't in if you're triggered.
Yes. You know, I'm fishing, and on a weekend, I'm up in the Uintas, I'm having fun. Except my boss keeps coming in my head. I didn't say that. You said that. I'm tired of this. Okay, what did I sell out? What did I betray my truth? He said this, I said this. Oh, right there. I didn't say that. That's what I didn't say. Okay. So, am I willing to Monday morning go in and talk to him and in a good way, skillful way, Yeah. I commit. Monday. When I go in, I'm going to say this to him. No more upset. I'm fishing. I'm having a great time. It doesn't even come in my head. Now, an hour before I'm about to go home, there's my boss in my head again. What does that mean? I'm trying to pull out my commitment. Well, maybe I don't really have to talk to him. It's not a big deal. Pain is nothing but a signal saying you're selling out. You're betraying your truth. Pain is a signal saying make a correction. Get back on track.
I have an issue. When I move my emotional energy, it goes for a long time. And then if I'm scheduled to do something or be somewhere, my emotional energy is still moving. So to stop that emotional energy, which is a question I had earlier, you stand up, smile, and put your head back to cut it off until a more appropriate time to continue moving?
Yep.
Okay.
That's exactly what you do. Good job. Okay. I want to remind the new people, because I'm getting the feeling that we're talking about stuff that we're pretty familiar with in movement to mastery, but you may not be. So if anybody has questions, please feel free to ask us questions so that we can include you in the conversation.
5 steps. Don't want, do want. What's 3?
Brainstorm. Like, how do I brainstorm strategies to move me toward what I do want? Then make it safe is number 4, and then commit is number 5.
What do you mean make it safe?
There are specific steps to make it safe. Like I've got 5 strategies that would move me toward what I do want, but the one that I think might work the best is too scary to do right now. Like I'm not safe enough to do it. So there are specific steps that you can do to make it safe. And I don't have time to go into that right now, but I'm just telling you there's a specific step. This is in a course called coaching certification, or in movement to mastery. We spend a night on it. Gary.
So this, dealing with Wilbur this way, is more of a discovery conversation, not like a Marie, thank you for sharing, Wilbur.
Yeah, actually, with Marie or anybody else that kind of has that level of Wilbur, I would recommend both. Like, hang up the phone when you can and just focus on what you want to do. That's great. And if Wilbur won't go away, recreate him.
Oh.
At a more appropriate time.
Recreate him. Get a sweetheart message, get what he does want, move toward what you do want.
I still tell him to just screw off, you know.
Yeah.
That's I've heard more violent words for
I just told her to shut up.
Way to keep it PG-13. Good job.
Yeah. Good job, Marie.
Yes.
Today's day, after classes that I've been doing, I'm getting very good at starting to understand Wilbur. But when I was out there without these tools, without these things, Wilbur, even though there was times that I wanted to hang up the phone and do something else, he's pretty skillful to trick you to staying in the misery.
Right.
Now, I remember one time, and that just came into my memory, but when I was younger, I was upset for something. A girlfriend left me. And I had my best friend and his brothers there with me, and they wanted to just go out, and they wanted just to get me out of the situation, get me concentrating on something else, and I decided to stay on one side of the party, let them have everything else, and I just stayed in my misery. Yeah. Why the hell did I know all this now? But he does treat us.
Thank you, Carlos. Acknowledge.
So, where did you hear? I don't know. There was like this. He told me one time that we most of the time we spend in our minds like having the same conversations over and over and over and over and over again for years and years. And anyways, is that just the conversations that we're not having with other people? So we just say them over and over in our head? Does that make sense?
I would say in good measure, yes.
Okay. So we just stick on the same thing for over and over. If we would just have a conversation with the person or whatever, then it would resolve.
I don't know if you remember, but in the awakening, I made a point when I was doing the first breakthrough in front of the room with me. And I said, the soul does not progress until the person speaks what it needs to speak at 100%. Now, the best demonstration of that is when me or whoever's having a breakthrough needs to ask the question of mom or dad, right? And, you know, so the first time they ask the question, the facilitator says, what do you hear? My dad turned away. He ignored me. Well, that's a sign of how close are they to 100%?
Right.
They're probably down around 50 at that point. Yeah. Okay, try it again. Dad, you know, okay. Now what is he doing? Well, he's looking at me, but not saying anything. See? It keeps going until finally they let the kid at the age they were at ask the question at 100%, which is basically pushing the issue. And now, a miracle, and their bubble pops, and I'm beautiful, and they get the answer. You know what I mean? Because they asked at 100%.
So the soul cannot progress
unless the soul asks at 100%.
Thank you.
Every situation in your life is a question of, are you asking at 100% or not? I'm going to say that one again. You might want to wake up for this one. Every situation in your life is basically one question. Are you asking at 100% or not? Because if you're asking 100%, you are complete, you are resolved, you're happy, you're satisfied, you're fulfilled. If you're not asking 100%, you're not happy, you're upset. Are you upset? Oh, you're not asking 100%. Are you satisfied? Oh, you're asking 100%. That's it. Bottom line. And if you're not asking 100%, it means that it's from an old emotional black hole that happened at an early age, and you're just repeating the recording over and over and over and over again.
I just got like, my whole breakthrough was about like spending time. I want people to spend time with me. And oh, my hair is like getting crazy. Okay. So the other day.
Her hair is getting crazy.
The other day, I love spending time with Casey. And the other day, for years, I just want him to be in my pocket. And the other day, I asked him to hang out with me, and I didn't get upset. Normally I would get upset, and you don't want to be with me, and and I didn't get upset, and I just was okay with it, and I went on with what I wanted to do, and I just asked it 100% if he would just be with me, and then I was okay. It was fine. If he didn't, I was still going to do what I wanted to do, and if he wanted to be involved, that would.
She opened up the space for me to say something, and you can get it at a new level. I want you to notice that. Because of what she just did and the emotional revelation she just said, now what I'm going to say is thinking different. Every situation in your life is a question of, did I ask at 100% or not? Don't worry, if you don't learn the lesson this round, you will come around.
So, I don't really understand this ask at 100%.
Yeah. In the awakening, I get this principle across that people have been sold a lie from the time they're kids that happiness is getting what you want. And gratification can come from that, but not satisfaction or fulfillment. Satisfaction or fulfillment comes from asking for what you want, for what is true, at 100%. And most people haven't been taught how to do that, so they don't know what that means. And what we do is we spend our whole lives conning and manipulating and pressuring and guilting down, all kinds of stuff to try to ask because we're too afraid to ask. Okay? Like going in the grocery store and hoping the groceries will just pop in your basket. So in the awakening, we do a game called Where Are You Sitting that really demonstrates this principle. And usually at the end, there's somebody who doesn't want to sit where they were sitting, but nobody wants to give up their chair. And they keep looking at me like, now what do I do? And I'm no help because I just keep saying, satisfaction does not come from getting what you want. It comes from asking 100%. And eventually, at some point, they get it. And they go up to somebody and they ask for their chair at 100%. And then they're like, and I say, did you get what you wanted? No. Are you satisfied? Yeah. And they get it. Then I have everybody demonstrate that principle, asking for 100% what they want with what's in their life that they really, 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 really want. Then I even have them ask for stuff that's unreasonable. And by the way, that little skill called asking unreasonable requests, I have story after story after story after story of it changing people's lives because they finally realize I don't have to stay reasonable when I ask for what I want. I don't even have time to tell you all the stories. Okay, listen.
One of the things that I learned that in my mind I thought I was asking at 100%, but I got the clunk was asking at 100% means letting go of having an expectation.
Yes.
And a person
has
a choice to say yes or no, and that was a big deal for me because everything I asked for always had some sort of, I realized, an attachment. And it could come in a passive way or aggressive way. And that was a big deal, realizing I was such a chicken about asking for what I want. So I would do all kinds of things trying to get people to give me what I wanted without me having to ask for it. And it could be through guilt or blame or feel sorry for me, whatever, all kinds of, and that stuff in my space. And even if you're not trying to ask for anything, that stuff is in your space. And it acts like you're either a magnet that's attracting or pushing them away. And that garbage pushes people away. And all my little heart wants is to be like this with everybody. This little, I'm the teddy bear that's going to make you feel better. And I can't make anybody feel better if I can't get close. And it's like, I've been watching that stuff just drop away when I give me what I want and ask for what I want without making them feel like they can't say no.
Good job, acknowledge. One of the things we did through that exercise on the first day of the awakening is that the way you know you're asking 100% is if the person over there feels like there's not just one right answer. If they feel like they have a choice, a sincere choice, and they can say no to you, you're asking at 100%. And if they don't, you're conning or manipulating or pressuring, which doesn't work. I just want to acknowledge Misty. I want everybody to move it to mastery to notice how much Misty's energy has changed. Woohoo! To mastery, right? That's why I told you when I first met you about how one thing you would get out of the work is that you would make significant movement in filling the hole.
Yeah, the hole that wasn't ever really an issue. It was pretend. It wasn't really there.
Okay, I'm going to move on. Is there anything else about that handout that somebody wanted to call out? Jane.
It was coaching.
Masterful coaching.
Masterful coaching.
Excellent. Excellent.
For sure.
Yeah, that's going to be all the way through the workshop.
Jerry, may I ask a quick
Yeah.
question? So when you don't ask it 100%, you kind of listed some things that you are doing that you're not asking 100%. Conning, being manipulative.
Yeah.
And you kind of went through them really fast a little bit earlier.
Conning, manipulation, pressure.
Could plating be one of them?
I mean, there's like a zillion ways that you can not ask asking. And asking is one way. It's being vulnerable enough to put it on the line. Yeah. It's really significant that it's so simple.
Could you just give an example of what it looks like?
It's not easy. I'll let an awakening grad, Casey, demonstrate what asking 100% looks like.
Should I demonstrate what it doesn't look like first? Sure. And I'll demonstrate it with you. Okay. Let's just sit. No, check. That's not 100%. Diana? Diana, it would really mean a lot to me if I could sit in that chair. I love that view. If that doesn't work for you, it's actually okay with me. I would love to sit there. May I have your seat?
Yeah.
Okay. A little close. And even had you said no, I feel fine.
Okay.
Good job, acknowledging. The last thing is in the courtroom. Okay, let's do that one. I'm going to do that first. Quick question while he's setting up the TV.
So we can sell out when we ask, and we can sell out in our answers. Like when someone is asking us something, and they're asking at 100%, but our answer cannot be 100%. We can sell out in that place too.
Yeah, you can say yes when you mean no, or no when you mean yes.
Yeah. So does it have the same effect selling out in your answer, your responses? And then you would heal it the same way that you do with the asking, by get yourself to answer at 100%?
Well, by being authentic and
Yes.
saying no at 100%.
So, do you know that you said yes or no because there's no Wilbur going on? That your answer was authentic if there's no Wilbur going on?
Not necessarily, because sometimes people are completely authentic, but it's a new skill for them. Like when I was learning how to say no, you know, when I was king of the wimps, I would have the courage to say no. But people would come up, would you, you know, and I go, no! And I'd bite their head off because I was so scared that it wasn't okay that I, you know, and then of course afterwards I'd be like, oh, they're gonna hate me. It's a new skill. It takes practice, and finally, and one day you go, no, thank you, I appreciate you asking. You know, it's a new skill. Okay, good. Okay, question. We got it ready? Okay, good. Identify your adjectives in the hero, which in this case is the guy standing up. We're watching a movie called The Verdict.
If you can't see, feel free to move.
I just can't hear.
There's no sound. You should maybe get a hearing No. Oh, Robert, how funny, making a joke. Oh, no. Let's start making dialogue. Have you seen this movie?
What's he saying? Can anyone imagine?
Yeah, we got a lip reader in here.
I don't know.
I'll take questions. Let me know when you know. While he's trying to handle that, I'll take questions. Okay, Catherine.
So asking at 100%, is that also related to, for example, if there's something I need to share with someone, and so I can either share it at 100% or hold back and avoid the situation or whatever, but then that triggers the upset. And so that's the same as asking, whether it's a comment or
Full self-expression.
Okay.
Same thing.
Okay.
Different version of it. Excellent. Casey?
Now, if let me use a seminar as an example because that's where it happens to me most frequently. I'll want to say something or comment or ask a question, and it gets too far past to go back. So I wasn't complete. I didn't say what I wanted to say. Is there a good process for getting complete in that without disrupting the flow of what's actually happening in the space around you?
If it were me, I would ask the question or whatever, even though it had gone past.
Yes. So don't consider that so much as my own completion being my biggest priority. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I wanted to be complete. I held back. I wanted to tell Emily how attractive you are when you speak your truth. And when that was just coming through you, your aha, and you spoke it out loud, this whole room had their tails wagging. Yay!
On a soul level, you might remember from the awakening that basically if the issue is about not speaking up, it means that the soul is destined to be full self-expression. That's what the soul is full self-expression. That's why they chose the battle of not speaking up. Great. Acknowledge. Okay, Sheree. Last question before we show the video.
All I want to say, the only thing holding back our dreams and accelerating us financially in our love life is the conversations we're afraid to have.
Yes.
That's all I want to say.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good job. Now,
Yeah.
that is so brilliant. We got to find whoever said that.
She just said it.
She just said it.
Go ahead. Hit the video. Get some volume. I still don't hear volume.
What are we writing down? Adjectives?
Adjectives for the main hero. I'm still not hearing the video. I don't hear it. Okay. Let's go back to the beginning.
Say, God, tell us what is right, tell us what is true. And there is no justice. The rich win, the poor are powerless. We become tired of hearing people lie. And after a time, we become dead. Little did we think of ourselves as victims. And we become victims. We become weak. We doubt ourselves, we doubt our beliefs. We doubt our institutions. And we doubt the law. But today you...
Cut it off. Well, that's the right scene, except that they cut it off. I'm gonna tell you what happened in it, since it's gonna take us too long to find the rest of it. Today he said, but today you are the law. Not an institution, not the judge, not the courts, nothing. You are the law. And so they come back with the verdict he wants, which means that the doctors are going to end up having to pay for this negligence that they did. And the jury comes back and says, Your Honor, we've voted in their favor, but is there any limit to the amount that we can grant the victim? And they're going, great. Sorry there wasn't more of it. Okay, go ahead. Get your partner and own your projection.
I am confident I had a turkey. I would be happy. Okay, I am the hero, and I'm very don't always say that. I am the There was a apology.
I am all
Power change.
And I'm an effective communicator. I know. Damn good
Okay.
Okay. Now we're going to do the greatest key to influence. And from a facilitator's point of view, who can tell me why I virtually end every single workshop the first night with this particular exercise? Lynette?
Because the level of space that it brings to the room.
Yes. The level of safety. And from a facilitator's point of view, how deep you can go in that workshop will depend on how much safety I can create before you want to go deep. If I create this much safety, you'll go that deep. If I create that much safety, you'll go that deep. Does that make sense? You can if you choose. That's right. In other words, you can if you want to. Yeah. Okay, so who can tell me what is the greatest key to influence? Matter of fact, I'll say this first because this is worth saying, reminding everybody. What you can be, what you can do, and what you can have will greatly depend on one key ability, your ability to influence others. Okay? So, what is the greatest key to influence, Marie?
Speaking to one's highest self.
One's highest nobility, to their best self. Great. Terrific. Okay. Rebecca?
Really need an answer to this, and with this, like right now. Okay, so, and I was asking over there about it. So when you compliment someone in a group, and you're getting answers, right? But then, how many times? You're getting answers, but then you stop or you complete, but then the whole room actually gets it. Do you actually pick a person, or do you wait for that opportunity to show up so that you can create the space and energy there?
I'm not sure what you're asking me.
That's such a hard time to
Can I try to rephrase what I'm hearing you say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm hearing you say, Rebecca, that is Gary as a facilitator waiting for an opportunity that presents itself for him to demonstrate the greatest key of influence, or does he just pick somebody and just do it?
Well, like you gave her that compliment, right? And from what I perceived, then you were giving special information or feedback for her. But then you said by giving that feedback, then the whole room receives it, right? So does that mean you can look at anybody else in the room and get that same feedback?
No, it doesn't matter what the acknowledgement is.
Because the acknowledgement was specific for her, but applicable to everyone else. But the thing is
it doesn't matter. In other words, it doesn't matter what I say to her. As long as it's good and sweet, the room gets it. They get good and sweet on their interpretation of what I said to her.
But obviously that was a specific message.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I don't care.
But I care.
Doesn't matter. I understand, but that's just.
I'm not kidding.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, if you go that tunnel, then you're going to go down a whole bunch of stuff that doesn't matter. Okay. Mindy?
So when we acknowledge someone in a real positive way on a soul level, their soul gets it.
Yeah.
Our soul gets it.
Yes.
The words don't matter. What matters
Right.
is that soul connection. I'm good. I'm
Right.
light.
Yeah.
I'm there.
Namaste.
If
Right.
she's there, I'm there.
Right.
We're there.
That's why I was saying I'm not there.
Your soul will get it even if your mind does not get it.
It's like kinesiology when you muscle testing somebody and trying to figure out what's happening with their body or whatever it is. You can ask them in French, and they don't know French, but their body knows, and their body will answer it. And no matter what language you answer it.
Because the intention's all the same.
Yeah, intention's all the same. Good job.
The other question that I believe she was asking is that if you're waiting for an opportunity to do that, or do you just choose anybody and just do that and acknowledge
I basically look around halfway through the night. And it doesn't matter who speaks up. If anybody says anything positive, then I'll do it.
Okay, that's
Doesn't matter. I'll just look. And right about the right time, then I'll just pick somebody who shares something. And if it's positive, or if it's meaningful, or if it's the direction I want the group to go in, then I make a big deal out of it. Like I think you guys have heard me do this several times where I'll say, did you all catch that? You know how people have tails and their tails wag? What she did was fantastic because everybody's tail was wagging because she was vulnerable and she was visible.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
So now the whole group's going to start to go in the more direction of being vulnerable and visible.
I just have a quick share about that. My son, we acknowledge him for anything. Anything that he does, he could walk into the wall, it makes us laugh, we acknowledge it.
Yeah.
And there's a little girl that started coming over to our house to play, and her parents don't acknowledge it. So every time she does something, she comes back in and goes, I did this, and we all go, oh, yay! And it opens it up so that everyone knows that that they can still accept that. At least that's what I see it as, is that it gives us all permission that we can accept acknowledgement, although it might not be to us, or that we can still accept it.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Acknowledge.
Good. Thank you.
I remember when Derek was born, and I thought, what would it be like to be raised in a family of 5 people who just love and adore you? That's curious, And so, after about a year old, somebody would say, "Oh, give me a kiss." Hey, I'm busy here. It's like, enough with the love. But I knew I had done my job because the other day I said, "Oh, Derek, you are so smart." He goes, and kind, and good. And I'm fast, and I'm strong. I'm strong as the whole earth. That's pretty strong. Okay, Dreammakers people, stand up in pairs. Movement to mastery people. The old guys. Stand up around the room. Make a circle around the room in pairs. In pairs. 2 of you. 2 of you. Okay. Now, people who are sitting down, 2 of you need to get with 2 of these people. Okay? So, if you're sitting down, 2 of you need to be with some of those people.
Okay, we'll take you too.
Okay, now the movement to mastery people. Hold on a second. I see a 3 and not a 4.
There's 4. Missy's in here.
One of them's
She was in there.
Enough of the touchy-feely.
I can't help it. It comes off in waves.
Okay, movement to mastery people. Go with another pair.
Yeah, come on over.
Oh,
She got these. She got these.
This is going to be good.
Okay, Marie, assistants. Jackie or Marie or somebody who's assisting, come over here. These people needed 2 more people.
Come to us.
Okay, everybody, there's a foursome. Make a circle with your chairs. Go.
I knew. That's why I went like you. I knew. We're going to try.
Yeah, no, right? I know I wanted to go to although it would be way fun to do it.
I have mine at my pad, but
I've been in resistance. Now I'm in time crunch.
I know, right? I finally was like, oh, I want to do this.
Okay.
I know it's not.
Everybody look up here. If you've got new people in your group who are not in Movement to Mastery, then you're going to start the first 2 rounds by basically taking time to acknowledge them. So, for example, she's in this group, so you're going to basically, oh, wait a minute, there's supposed to be 2 new people and not, oh, you are. Good. So, all 3 of you are going to acknowledge Diana the first round. The second round, all 3 of you are going to acknowledge Joel. Okay? So, if you've got new people in your group, you spend the time that we give you acknowledging the new people in your group. Okay? If you don't have new people in your group, you got nothing, quiet. If you got nothing but Movement to Mastery people, then both rounds, you're going to do this exercise. And most of you know how to do this because you've done it before, right? What I want to say to Movement to Mastery people is, this particular exercise, if you give it your all, if you give it 100%, it will allow you to go deeper into your presentation, feedback, etc., etc. So there's a real incentive here for doing it 100%. Give it your all. And if you want, I'll come around and I'll coach the Movement to Mastery people if I have time after I go around and acknowledge the new people. Okay? Okay, good. Misty?
Before I was Movement to Mastery, when I was in one of your courses, that this was
Like
happening.
somebody's talking. Hold on, in the corner, somebody's talking. Dawn, those guys, please listen so that, because they can hear you subconsciously. Go ahead.
I wanted to actually participate in that, and you said it was okay. So if there were anybody who wanted to do that, since it will affect their presentation.
Yeah, if you're a new person but you want to try the more advanced version, I'll let you go ahead and do that. It just means you'll either do the advanced version or the beginner version. You can't do both. Okay, you either use your time getting acknowledged by the people in your group or doing this more advanced version.
So in the advanced version, how I've done it before is, say like I'm the person going, I stand in my power. Is my group rating me as I'm going?
You and somebody else in your group are going to face off.
Okay, yeah, remind me.
Well, like let's say you and Jane are
Right,
facing off.
right.
Okay, now the other two people keep rating you. Every 5 seconds, they call out 85, 90. They call out how you're doing between 0 and 100.
And when we get to the speak with full intent and let spirit speak, do we exchange back and forth or do we just talk at the same time?
You acknowledge her,
and she acknowledges
then she acknowledges you.
Oh,
And you
yes.
keep going
Okay.
back and forth, acknowledging at 100%. It's a friendly competition.
It's an awesome competition.
Excellent.
And this is it. So we don't like try to overpower each other or anything. Like we just say what we want. Is that right?
You mean in terms of acknowledging?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
We let spirit speak, but we're not like.
you're just doing your best to hit your own 100%.
Okay. So we can take time, recenter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you're just basically saying how close you can get to your own 100%. Okay? Marvin, I keep having that group talk while other people are talking. Please try to focus, okay?
So, we have new people in our group. We're basically giving them like a strength shower,
Yep.
everybody.
Yep.
We're not doing the let's stand in my power.
Until
knowledge
after
practice.
they get done. In other words, you're going to acknowledge Chloe,
Yeah.
all three of you,
Yeah.
until I ring the bell. Then she's done. Now, you can either have Sarah can choose between the new version or the advanced version, and then you guys will acknowledge Sarah. Then you two will stand up and do the advanced version.
Shayla, we
love
you.
Go, Shayla.
Any more questions? Okay. Go ahead and start. Oh, Jackie, give me 5 and let me know before you say it so that I can decide if I want to give the group more time. Oh, sure.
So I went for a little bit. So our group is.
Hold on, I gotta have everybody be quiet. Shh. Quiet.
We're going to have 2 rounds of how long? Just
Well,
the 90 seconds?
No, you're gonna have however many rounds there are for the new people.
They don't have new people.
So, yeah, so then you're both gonna compete. You're gonna do your competition for 2 rounds.
And so the competition will go through all 5 steps?
Yes.
Is someone going to ring the ding thing?
Yep, I am.
Okay.
Ring it.
I'll take the little hammer thing, and depending on when she calls time, I'll just bop somebody's head. Hope Right. I love it. I love it. Quiet. I keep having groups talk while people are sharing.
If you don't have any new people, you just ignore every other ring because when 2 people are facing off, it takes the space of the same time as 2 individual people. So we just keep going until
Well,
the second ding.
You can decide if you want to do it again during the 4th, 3rd, or 4th round, or if you want to just share about it. It's up to you.
Okay, so we still the 2 people only take the same amount of time as acknowledging 1 person?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Yeah.
Any more questions? Okay, go ahead and go. When I come around to your group, let me interrupt so that I can get to as many of the new people as possible.
Ready? Your turn.
Remember, go. Jane, you're first. Wait, we gotta do these first, and then we'll. No, we do it at the same time. You do it at the same time, and you say, okay, Jane, this percent, Tristan, this percent. So you're going to go back and forth.
She's got to get, well, we can only hear one acknowledgement.
Yeah. I know, but we don't acknowledge at the beginning. Right now, we're spending 30 seconds standing in the power, and then I need to hear you guys tell me 80% stand in the power. Then you
thought that we were just doing 4 or 5.
We're rating you on when you acknowledge, not when you're just.
No.
Okay, you want a rating on all of them?
Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
Okay, good. Kind of what I love about your soul is you're so sparkling vitality, passion,
Main 5, main 3, just Jane,
Very good.
Okay, 98.
There you go. Now it's getting a lot. Yes. Okay. Now we can start.
What's our next step?
Speaking full division. Speak with intent.
I want to acknowledge
Your soul is one of the most intuitive people. Morning experience. You really hear what people want to say. You want them to embrace your heart and tell them to say it exactly what it says. Because you're absolutely right. You allows them to solve their emotions. It shows. I can't even tell you what happens. To have the soul of that spirit, to be alive, your life is so much alive. She does just whatever they are, however big they are, whatever they want. It's allowed. You are allowed. And so, if you're judgment, if you're wrong, rather than best You are one of the most delightful people to play with. You've dedicated your life to being in touch with your gifts. So listening to what you had offered is because you have completely poured yourself into creating a world that's and not complicated, complex, hard with people not wanting each other. You want more than anything to be able to remember what it's like to sleep. Acknowledge your person or parent. Okay. If you have a second new person in your group, go ahead and acknowledge them. If not, let the movement to mastery pair stand up and compete against each other. Okay?
Oh, we do have a quick question. We can answer it for her. So are we writing them standing in power centered whole division and then we move on to spiritual intent? How do we know when to move on?
What was that? Quiet, quiet. I've got a good question here. The movement to mastery people are asking, when do they rate them? You rate them every 5 seconds, no matter what step you're on. Okay? So 30 seconds on step 1, 30 seconds on step 2, 30 seconds on step 3. You just keep every 5 seconds calling out a number. Okay? Good. Okay, get started. Go.
Stand in your power, 30 seconds.
Strength. Go back. 80%.
Sherilyn,
99%.
Sherilyn, adventure. So you want to go out and blaze past your general energy. It's just coming and just exude joy,
100%.
coming towards them, into them.
Breathing center.
96. 99. 100.
87%.
Sherilyn, you are such a blessing. You give that extra hand. I've been drowning.
85.
Bring me some air. You are a life preserver. You are oxygen.
Yeah.
Soul and heart so connection to the universe. Sherilyn, what do you want to be? Let's go, like, conquer this world and just, like, let's heal and bring happiness and joy and love and truth and laughter to the people who are around us. Let's heal ourselves so that we can heal other people. Let's create a space for our families and our neighbors and our friends. I feel you. I know you. I know who is second. So I want you. Fight with me. You are great.
Yes.
Feel your 99. Love. I love that it's so easy.
You know how to stand in who you are. You know how to reach.
Let's see what this world has to
offer.
Let's embrace everything that we
You stand strong.
God can
You
make the
stand
most miserable things.
You stand strong.
Let's let that happen.
You know your heart. You know your heart. You love.
Sharon, with that, you are the artist. We can rewrite our story into whatever fairy tale adventure that we've loved since childhood. We are the princesses. We are the heroes. My favorite line. Sarah Brooks. He was asked, you read Men of the Mantra. Yes. No, I found myself.
You teach others, you teach yourself, you share what you know, you share your love, you share your light. You know your worth, you know our worth. You stand.
You've come a long ways and you've done a beautiful job. Because of the strength you've built up, then the
Stand in the
next
center,
year is going to
because there is no
much
space
faster forward.
because that is where you belong. That's where you get to be.
Part of why you're such a
In the
giant.
center. It's not a point. Power is right. Where you resonate. Where you speak, where you focus, where you hear.
So, in essence, the main thing you got to do is just keep it down so that layer by layer you're blossom. Because when you find yourself showing up and showing up, you're just going to make a huge difference. You've got the opportunity to make it.
There's so many that are so proud of you and what you are doing.
Acknowledge the person. Okay, I'll take a share or two before I continue. Raise your hand, I'll call on you. Misty?
I love that exercise when we do the water guns
Yeah.
to the rhythm
Yeah.
and whose turn. I could see it happening here. One person would speak and the other person picked up right where in that line of what was being shared.
Yes.
Even when you stepped in, it was still right in the
Same
rhythm
time.
of everything that we were saying.
That's
Or
great.
had been saying. Yeah.
That's great. Wonderful. By the way, Misty, that's actually what's happening on the planet. That kind of synchronicity is happening at a much more accelerated rate than ever before, which is also part of why there's some challenges on the planet. Okay, Gary.
I am so honored to be in this little group with Diana and Joel. It is just so amazing, the people that are around me and the parts that they're playing. So big. It's so awesome. And I'm so excited to be able to play with the rest of you this weekend. But in this moment, it's just almost overwhelming.
See how powerful you are?
It's really fun to shift into that trying into the being. And thank you so much to my declaration. That has helped me so much.
Yeah.
It's been fantastic from trying into, no, I am.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
I feel like I received all the value that I was looking for just by being an observer and receiving their influence while they were doing it. And I haven't even gone yet, and I feel full to the brim of satisfaction. Like I could go home and feel like I received what I came here for.
That's great. Way to go, acknowledge.
I want to give gratitude to the power of synchronicity to put me in a group with these amazing women who are doing such amazing things in the world, and just to be absorbed by that strength and energy just feeds me, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
See how powerful you are?
You know, it's great to see, like, women, we get in touch with our feelings like this. But when men do, it's so powerful to see them talk to each other man to man in that and tell them how great they are. You know, I think women do it all the time, but to see men do it and to see men cry when they do it is just warms my heart. Because I don't see it a lot. You know.
Beautiful. Acknowledge. Okay, so for some of the groups, we have one more round left. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay, go to it. Go.
This is where we do back and forth. So we do that. We can talk.
Like one more round and that's time for us all to go.
We were together, our heart gets centered. It was just incredible. Like, it's
But you were standing in there, I just got like jumped like Christ, and was very masculine, and I just got an image of like Mary, and the Pieta, the one cradling the other.
Mary, are you going to do 30 seconds for us, guys?
No, just go ahead.
Got each other's hearts, and that Shayla, we're sad for each other's sorrow, and each other's joys, and that's just really beautiful and random, but it was really real. He was very.
Every 5 seconds, call out a number. Rate them.
Children of God, that they are nothing themselves. You want them to know that they can do anything that they are supposed to be. And you are doing that whole vision now.
We love the light. Yeah.
You can change the world. I like that power.
Being able to see the beauty, the intention. That if there's one more beside
You said the avatar, and that's my higher power when I say my higher power. And then,
Also, this place was the most beautiful beings people have ever seen. Your neighbors, people in the ward, the people all around you, and wherever you go, you shine brilliantly. You are just sending out energy out home. They are wise. They are significant and important for many, many people. It's
awesome to you they are so really feeling wise, you have so much. I love it! It's what more awareness. I'm so evident in your life. Don't put down. You are getting something out. So that bless your heart. Oh, it's hard. Yeah. It's indescribable. Yeah. The abundance, the truth, the love. It's blood flowing through your veins. I love all the steps how much energy you're sharing this. How much you're very dense. I love That's the walk, right? Yeah, that's correct. It was very aggressive.
Yeah, that's I think
Okay. I will take a share or two. Raise your hand. I'll call on you. Misty?
It feels great.
Hold on. Quiet, guys. Have a seat. Yeah.
It feels great not pretending so I can get something from someone, but actually just being and being content with that, and then whatever comes along is just bonus.
Yes. That fills the hole. Good job. Acknowledge.
I started out with Lynette, and the place we are in now, being our true selves, is so amazing and so indescribable. The way I felt the spirit energy just radiating through all, I mean, just all the work we've done, it's amazing.
Good job. Now, Joel?
Being with these two men, these two powerful individuals, has been my honor. Being with those of you who are in my awakening, it has been my honor, and I choose to thank you.
My baby loves this. It's been like good job to everyone for creating this space. Thank you.
You know, the first times that I did the strength showers, I was intimidated by it. You know, it was kind of a scary thing. Yeah, but the more I do it, the more I enjoy it, because I just feel like I'm tapping in, I guess, to that energy of truth.
Right.
And so I'm really digging it. Shayla, Shayla spoke with such confidence, and I was just in awe of her just stream of consciousness of truth, you know, just pouring through. So, and thank you, my wonderful group.
Good job.
It's just beyond words, but I'll try a little bit. It's so such a gift to see these two exchange such powerful, inspiring words to each other, and just to feel the love in this group has been really a gift. So thank you so much. Thanks for all of you.
Good job. Good job.
It was really cool to watch Shayla and Sandra when they were doing the thing, and then they started speaking, and their energy, like as their energy got higher, it's like they were like in it, and they were just speaking so truthfully, and like they were like powerful, and then energetically they just like flowed, like it wasn't like they were trying at all, and it was so beautiful to watch. So thank you.
It's really a beautiful space to be the witnesses, and in this circle it was so powerful and so incredible, and it was just really a sacred space was created here, and it was really a blessing to be able to witness it. Thank you.
Why would we live any other way?
Yeah. I get to thank Casey and Emily for my breakthrough and for the love that I'm feeling now because of enrolling Rodney into this space. He and I are exchanging, we're in this little love bubble that everybody else doesn't matter. I have never experienced being in love with a man. I know, some of you are taking that the wrong way. Go right ahead! I love this man. He loves me. And it is just such a sweet and powerful thing. And some of the steps that we've taken in the last couple of weeks being phone buddies and other steps with your sister, I am so excited for where we're taking our love of each other and our love of all of you and how it's going to affect so many people. And we wouldn't have it if it wasn't for Casey and Emily. I wouldn't have that experience of being completely in love. I love you.
Oh. You know, everybody shies away from enrollment, or their family gives them some grief, and so they just give up. They just throw in the towel. Well, they'll probably never do it. And yet, what we forget is the difference you make when you have the courage to get past their Wilbur and get them in. And then the difference it makes in somebody's life. Because they had the courage to not let Rodney's stuff stop them. You know? Awesome. Okay, I'm going to make an announcement before I let you go. If there's anybody who's in the workshop that is fairly new and has not gotten an in-depth soul reading from me, then come up to me after we end tonight, and I'll schedule it to you either tomorrow night or Friday night or Saturday night. Actually, not Saturday. Saturday during lunch. Okay, I'll do that with you. Okay? Okay. Have a great night, and I'll see you tomorrow at 6:30. Please be on time. Music.
What do you need? Go back up here. I'm not expecting to push it back up. Gary, go get Gary.
It was a subconscious thing.
Verona, go get Gary.
I've been using a lot of NLP recently, and some of my staff are starting to be aware of it. So now they've been starting to call it pseudo talk.
That's right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You need to like wet those things.
No, see, I just wedge it in. And just use the 3 little feet. You put it up over the leg. I had it up here, and then it said, okay, I got it. Is it? No. I mean, adjust it to where you want it pointed.
I think we're off now anyway, right?
Yeah.
We're off. So, thank you.
No. Thank you.
How
have you been?
Good. How about you?
Oh man, kicking ass and taking names. You know, life has always been about enlightenment and transition. It has to happen for life to catch up with it. Oh yeah, it's still growing.
No, the way it works better. But that is really good.
Things feel off.
Yes, it is. I think it's awesome that somebody who did. I thought I was going home soon. Am I going home with him? Am I going home with Carlos? So the most intelligent sprinklers came on across the pond.
Hey, Jack. Hey, Jack. Hey, I'm going to tell your sister right now.
right. You can do menage a trois, menage a trois, and a menage
Tell Leslie what you tell Leslie. She'll tell you over here. She'll tell you over here what she says to you. You want to hear this? See, if I can be in love with him, I can be in
What do you say? Not teasing? No, not anymore. Not anymore. Yourself for discount yourself enough that he can take you there into a situation. I totally get it. I actually want to bring you. I'm not going to go away. That's okay. So it's give him my colors back. You can't take me now.
The bus is leaving.
I gotta go get my keys again. Traveling to here. You should be so. You've got so many people. Oh, nice. Nice. So, yeah, that is like to San Francisco.
Oh.
It took that. Oh, I had that 12-hour drive. But you took Hi guys.
So Christmas being here is very much yeah, I mean, I opted for a shower.
Doesn't time mean that?
Bye bye. See you later. This is the beginning.
Oh, yes.
Yards of entry, the last class we had, I shifted to this weekend. I can't shift it back. Okay, I know.
Name tag, Carlos, please. Joel, name tag, please. Name tag,
My
beautiful.
green light checklist.
Keep it. Hang on to it. I printed like 60,000 of those too.
No, not here. No, not tough. I'm not even tough.
But, you know, I really want to get it by the door because I'm not letting go.
Lynette, I love you. I love you. I need your name tag. You may have the agenda. I'm not sure if I can. I like your identity. Anyone that wants to get together for something to eat, a few people are going to the Village Inn. Anybody's welcome that would like to meet us there. It's on 106 South. That's about Thursday night.
Joel, do you want? All right.
Anybody else who has a name tag, I would really love you to give it to me, please. And if there's somebody around to lovingly take it off, then that would be nice too.